Welcome to how to create a movie reservation system using C. I am Babis, I will be the instructor of this course. So, we are going to create a movie reservation system from scratch. We are going to use the C programming language, which I will explain as much as I can. I expect that you are already familiar with the basics of the language, but that's not completely required. And some knowledge of data structure might be good as well. You also need to have a Linux operating system. So that's all, let's get started. In this video we are going to talk a little bit more about the description of our system. Okay, first of all we have three user categories. The first one is the user. That's the most basic and important one. A user will be able to view the movies and book a ticket. Second, we have the admin. The admin will be responsible for creating and deleting movies. Lastly, we are going to have moderators that will be responsible for the verification of the tickets and the removing from the user. Okay. Each user will be an object that will have a name and a ticket list. So we are creating a very simple system in this project series, but we don't need more details on the user. We just need a name for the reservation and a ticket list. So in more detail, every user will be able to view every available movie. So he will be able to see all his options for a booking. Then he will be able to make a reservation for a specific amount of tickets. We will give our user the option to pay online or at the cinema. In our system, this means that he can either use a fake credit card code, or we can save that the user hasn't paid yet, and when the moderator is going to remove his ticket, he will require a payment first on the cinema. Lastly, he will be able to see all his reservations for all the movies he have held. Then we have admin. The admin is pretty simple. He will be responsible for creating movies, so he will create like names and descriptions and the price of the movie. He will also set the maximum capacity for the theater, and he will also be able to delete a movie when after it finishes playing or if the show gets cancelled. Okay, then we have a moderator. Moderator is responsible for handling the tickets. So when we are on the moderator mode, we will be able to delete the user tickets and also be able to receive payments at the cinema. So moderator is also responsible for the pay at cinema, not the online payment. So to sum it up, we have three system modes. The normal operation mode, where we use the system as a user. We have the moderator mode, where we use the system as a moderator and we are responsible for the tickets. And lastly, we have the admin mode, where we are responsible for the whole movie list. So that's all for now. In the next video we are going to get started with code. Our first goal in this video series will be to create a linked list for the movies. So every movie will have the following form. It's going to have a name, a price, and the capacity. But we won't only just have a movie, we are going to have a lot of them. So we need to store them in a list. So just like that, we are going to have an unknown amount of movies. You might be asking, why are we using a list and not an array? The problem with arrays, especially in C, is that we need to know the size of the array beforehand. So the movies obviously are not going to be a fixed count, because the admin will be able to delete and create as many movies as he like. So we can have one movie, or we can have 10,000 movies. An array is really bad when we have a dynamic size. So that's why we are going to use a linked list, which we can store as many movies as we like. If you're not familiar with linked lists, it's just a series of a structure. Like if we have the movie structure right here, we also attach a pointer to this. This is the movie. We also attach a pointer where we can show on the next structure. So this is another movie, and we have another pointer on another movie, for let's say, and the final movie will have a pointer pointing to null. The beginning of the list, or the first movie, is being stored on an external structure which have info like the length of the list and the first node. We're going to develop methods for this structure, like delete or insert. We are always going to be inserting at the start of the list, right here. So if a new movie comes up, we're going to insert it right here, change the pointer from there to there, and then point from our new node to the old start. We will also be able to delete any node we like, even if it is the last node, the first node, or a middle one. As soon as we finish with the whole list data structure, we are going to test it, and if everything is okay, we are then going to move on and develop a function that will help us store our list in a file. So suppose that this is a file. Let's say, for example, that we have this linked list right here. Which have 3 movies. This data structure right here is being stored at the memory of our computer, or the RAM. But if we close our program and open it again, we are going to lose all of it data. So we don't want that, obviously. We want to save the movies, and when the user opens the program again, he will be able to see them. if we just save in a data structure like this, we're going to lose them as soon as we exit the program. So before we exit the program, we're always going to be storing our info in a file like this. We're going to have the movie title first. We are then going to have the price or the capacity. Let's do the price. And then we're going to have the remaining slots. It could be 10, for example. We are going to be doing that for every movie. So there might be 10,000 movies, for example. And as soon as the program starts up, we are going to be loading them back in our memory. So we are going to create this list as soon as the program starts, and we're going to save every change that has occurred in this list right before we exit the program. So that's all for this video. In the next video we'll start developing the list data structure, and without the file first, and as soon as we finish with the list, we're going to also create the function to save on a file and load from file. So, see you in the next video. So let's dive right in. Okay, first I'm going to create the project files. I will navigate into my desktop and make a folder named I'm also going to create a file named and another one, a header file for the definitions of our structure. So as you can see here, we have two files. I'm going to open the folder using Visual Studio Code. And we will start with a header file. We are not going to write heavy code here, just the definitions of the functions and the structures. We are also going to include a few libraries. First of all, the standard input and output library, as we are going to be using prints, file prints and stuff like that. We are also going to need standard library for dynamic memory allocation, and finally we will be using the string.h for string handling, basically, so things like string length and stuff like that. Okay, the first thing that we're going to create, wait a minute, will be the list data structure for the movies. So, in order to create a list, we first need to create its nodes. So, I will explain in a moment. So, if you're not familiar with type definition, I'm basically saying to the compiler that instead of having to write this to refer to a movie, I will just write movie. So it's not exactly, but something like this. This won't work obviously, but that's what it means. So what does every movie should have? We should have a title, or let's say a name. We're also going to have a price and the capacity. Both of them will be integers. We could use long for capacity, but I don't think we're going to be using more slots than this. Okay, now that we have our movie structure, let's also create the list structure. I will explain in a minute again. We forgot in the movie structure, we will also be using a next pointer. So this is the pointer that we were explaining in the previous video, where every movie will show to the next movie in the list. This can either be an address of a movie or null if it's the last movie of the list. You observe that I haven't used just a movie pointer, I also written struct, because at this point C doesn't know what is a movie, because I define the type here, not here. Okay, now on the movie list structure, this will be the info node if you want. It is going to contain the length of the list and the starting node. So let's also define a few functions that we're going to be using. We will need an initializer. This will take a double pointer to a movie list. We'll have, let's also comment this to know what we are talking about. We're also going to have a destroy function, which will free every node from the memory, because we're going to be using dynamic memory. Every allocation that we make, we need to free at the end of the program. So that's the job of this function. Notice that I begin every function name with a movie list prefix. That's a good practice that's a good technique to use in your C programming, because we don't have classes and things like that in C, so we know what we're talking about using this technique. What else? we will sure need an insert function. I might change the data types that this function is returning later, but for now let's do void. This is going to require two arguments, a movie list and a node to, or we could do, yeah, let's just do 4 arguments. The first one is the name of the movie, the second is the price, and then the capacity. So that we will be creating the structure inside this function. So the admin on the on the admin interface, we won't need to allocate the memory at this point. The function will do all the job. We're absolutely going to need a print function. To begin with, we are going to print the list on the terminal, but later we are also going to print it on a file, as we said in the previous video. So we are going to insert another argument here later, a file argument precisely. So what else do we need? We need a delete function. So we're going to take a movie list as well, and we can either do an ID or a movie name, but I think a movie name is more elegant and normal for the user to use. So when the admin wants to delete a movie, he will just insert the name of the movie, not a number he might not even know. I think we are done with definitions. Let me make sure that we won't need anything else. Maybe a search function, but it's not required, I think. Yeah, let's just do a search function. Or let's leave it for later. We might need it on the delete method, but it's not completely required. So I'm going to stop this video at this point, and at the next one we're going to start writing our functions and testing our program. Okay, let's move on to the source file. I'm going to put this one on the side, and I will open the movie list.c. Okay, first thing, I will need to include the definition file. I will use a relative path. So you may notice that if you're not familiar with this language, on the previous includes I was using this symbol, but when you are including your personal file, not a standard library, you should be using this symbol. The dot and slash just mean that the file is on the same folder that we are. So let's go ahead and create the movie list function. I will need to name the parameter. It's a good practice to name your parameters just like the object, but the first letter will be, use camel case in other words. So the first letter is going to be small caps, and every first letter of every word then is going to be capital. So as we said in the previous video, at this point we want to properly initialize our list. This structure right here. So the first step will be, I will explain in a minute. Okay, let me explain first. So because we have a double pointer at this function, we need to dereference it using the star symbol. So we are now referring at the address of the movie list, and at that address we need to allocate memory for a movie list. So that's we have a double star symbol here, a double pointer, because if we had one, as soon as we finish this function, we are going to lose that address. So because in C language, when you pass parameters to a function, it creates a copy of it. It doesn't refer to the same object. That's why we are using pointers. Let's also initialize the rest. If you're not familiar with this symbol, the arrow symbol, it basically means that I will show you in a minute. Okay, so that's exactly the same with but that's much more complex, so that's why we use the arrow symbol. Okay, now that we initialize the length of a list to 0, because we have no movies at the start, we also need to initialize the starting node or the head of the list to null. So as soon as we create the list, we are saying that as we have no movies in the list, we have nothing to show, so that's why we use null. Okay, let's move on. Okay, the next function will be the destroyer. This one just requires a single pointer to a movie list. Okay, we're going to need a while loop here. So we are going to repeat this process as long as we have elements inside our list, movies in other words, we will be deleting them. So that's equal, by the way, to this. When you just insert a variable inside a condition, the condition returns true if the variable is different than 0. So if it is negative or positive number, only 0 is false. So while we have nodes inside our list, we need to delete them. I'm going to define a variable right here. Okay, we're going to show at the start of the list. And then we're going to, I will explain in a minute. I'll do this. So what I do here is I use the variable we created to point at the head of the list, and then I make the new list head the second element of the list, if that exists. It might be null. So we also need to decrease the length of the list. So if we had 2 elements before, now we have 1. And finally, we need to free the element that we removed. We also need to free the name of the before we free the movie. We also need to free the name of the list, because that is dynamically allocated as well. So if we free the movie before freeing the movie name, this pointer right here is going to be left at the program, and we won't be able to reach it. So that's called the memory leak. Okay, as soon as we finish by removing every element inside our list, we just need to free the whole info structure, this structure right here, which we have a pointer to it, so it will be pretty easy. Just like that. Let's continue with insert function. Okay, this one has a lot of arguments. Okay, so before I write the code, think what we should do yourself. How we will write the insert function. As we said in the previous video, we are going to always insert the new movie at the start of the list. So we will be removing the old head and pointing to the new movie with the head. But in order to not lose the rest of the list, our new movie need to point at the previous head of the list. That's the logic behind it. So let's go ahead and write this. I'm going to create another variable for a new movie. Okay. We can instantly allocate this. Okay, the first thing we need to do is to copy the name from the argument into our structure. So I will need to allocate some space for it because that's just a pointer. It doesn't contain any size yet. So what we say here is, if the user, for example, entered this name, we say allocate the size of a character multiplied by the size of the string, which is 3, plus 1, because every string in the C language needs to end with a \0. Well, we get an error here. Oh, it's here. Okay, let's now copy the name first. We use the destination and then the source, as you can see from the C plugin we installed in the first video. So the source will be the name, and let's make sure that the last let's leave it like that for now, and we are going to fix it later. Also, every time you do a memory allocation malloc, you will need to check for errors. So as you already know, malloc returns an address to the allocated memory, but if it fails, it returns a null pointer. But if it fails and we continue our program, we are going to get into trouble. So we need to stop right ahead if we get a null from malloc. I'm going to do that for every malloc that we have done. let's move on to the insert. Okay, what else do we have? We need to copy the price and the capacity. So this is pretty straightforward. Because it's just integers, not strings. We also need to increase the length of our list. So let's say that we have 3 elements and we inserted another one. We now have 4. We need to know that for the destroy, and most of the functions use the length parameter. Okay, there's one more thing left to do. We need to okay, I will explain. We'll give a minute. And yes, so there are 2 cases here. We are inserting at the start of the list, so the list can either be empty, so the element we inserted is the first one, or it can have 1 or more elements. If the length is 0, we just, what we do here is we fix this pointer. We need to point it at something that can either be null or it can be the previous head of the list. We also need to fix the movie list head, so we are also working on this. The new head of our list will always be movie, so we can put this outside of here. But if we have more than an element in the list, yeah, we are going to move this down here. So what this code does is, if the list is empty, we just insert the element, the new movie, and the next pointer shows nothing. But if we had elements in the list, we need to point at them, because the new element will become the new head of the list. So in order to not lose the rest of the data, we point the next element of the new movie into the previous list head. But before I change the head to the new movie, we need to do this. Okay, and we finally increase the length of the list. Okay, I'm going to cut this video at this point, and we will continue with print and delete at the next one. Okay, moving on into the movie list print. This one is pretty simple. So we take a movie list pointer and we just print the contents inside the list. So there are two cases. If the movie list is empty and we have no movies inside the list, we will just print a message that if the list is not empty, we're going to run a for loop using a pointer to every node. So I will also create, this variable is a very common technique that we use in most list functions. We use it to be able to point at each node one at a time. So I will initialize it with null, or even better, I will do so as we have our list right here, I will start with this pointer. So I am right here. I will print the contents inside here. I will move to the next one and do the same until I try to move on to the next pointer and I find null here, which is equal to repeat this process for length times. So I will do a for loop while our iterator is less than the length. That's the same that we've drawn on the whiteboard. Will be incremented. So I will print, the format will be the following. We'll have the name, the price, and the capacity. We will further improve the print later. We can add symbols and columns and things like that. But for now, let's do something simple like that to test it. I will move my pointer on the next element. So at the moment we are right here. We need to move on the next element. So the new movie will be I will also use a \n at this point. If you don't know what that is, that's just a new line. If we don't use that, every movie will be on the same line, as long as there is space in the terminal. So we only have delete left, but I'm going to leave it for later, and we will go right ahead and create a main function to test the program, because we have written a lot of code without testing anything. So let's test it now. We will be removing this function later, but it's good to test your data structures before you implement them inside another main function, because if you have a bug here, it will be very hard to find when you have 5 more data structures, let's say. If you're absolutely sure that this one is working perfect, it will be very easy to debug when you have a lot of data structures. So I'm going to create a movie list, and we will initialize it. If you recall correctly, we have a double pointer added function, so I need to pass the address of the movie list. And then let's insert a few elements, print them, and destroy. Let's insert movie 1 with a price of $5 and a capacity of 100 slots. Let's repeat this process a couple times. Okay, I think 4 is enough. And let's print the list. Then destroy it. And let's run our program. So I will open up terminal and compile our file. So in order to do that, I will export into movie list executable file using the movie list source file. Okay, as you can see, we have a couple of warnings. Problems are on the header file. I'm not sure why, but I will find out in a minute. I think that the definition is correct. Okay, I'm going to pause the video at this point and do not waste any more of your time, and as soon as I find it I'm going to continue. Okay, it turned out the error was pretty stupid. I just forgot to define the structure of movie list, so we should be ready now. Yeah, exactly, that was a problem. So all of these errors were just because we missed the struct here, which is pretty silly, but if you read the errors you can see that it doesn't recognize the movie list structure. So you go back to the definition and it's easy to debug if you think like that. Okay, let's run our program now. Before I run it, I want you to think what we should see at the output. The answer is that the only output that we should see is the print function, which will print the 4 movies that we have. I am also going to do a print at this point, so that we test that we have no movies available. We need to recompile and then run our program. Yes, we forgot to change line at this point. Yes, as you can see, we have no movies available at the first print, and then we insert the 4 movies and print again. I want you to notice that the movies appear in the opposite order that we insert them. Can you think why this is happening? That's because we always insert at the head of the list, which means that, let me open the whiteboard. So if we print that way, right? Okay, we have movie 1, which is the only movie at the beginning, and then we insert the movie 2 at the beginning of the list. So the list becomes something like this, and then we do this. And because we are printing this way, that's why you see the opposite order that you inserted them, like a stack, which is another data structure. We could prevent that by inserting at the end of the list, but it doesn't really matter. That's why I insert at the beginning, because it's easier. Okay, there is one more thing left to do for this data structure, and that's the delete function, which will probably be the most complex one. So we have a movie list as an argument, and the movie name as well. Let's open up the whiteboard again. Okay. What's the logic of this function? Suppose we want to delete the movie with the name 2. We will start at the beginning of the list, and if this one has a name of 2, we will delete it and stop right there. If not, we will move forward and search until we find the name with 2. If no movie exists with that name, we will sometime reach null. We will go right here, and we will stop at this point and say that the requested deletion cannot be done because the movie was not found, if that makes sense. Now there are a few technical details here. Suppose that we delete this movie. What will happen then? We need to take this pointer, delete it, and delete this as well, and insert this pointer. Else, if we just delete this, we will lose everything that's from here on. But we don't want that, obviously. We just want to delete the 2. If the movie is at the beginning of the list, we just need to replace the head with. So you will see what I mean in a minute. Okay, back on the okay, if let's just copy this. So if we have a length of 0, there is no point on trying to delete something. In any other case, we will do the usual for loop that we did on the print function. Let's use a snippet plugin. So I think, yeah, there must be a problem. Oh, here it is. Okay, now that we search every element of the list, this loop is just like the print. It starts from the beginning and goes until we go on the null pointer. So if I'm going to use string compare, because we can't use the equal sign on strings. So if the movie name is equal to name, string compare returns 0 in the case that the 2 arguments are equal. That means that we found the movie and we do some stuff here. I will write them in a minute. Let's finish the function for now with else. In any other case, we just move the pointer one step ahead. We'll also break in that case. If you don't know what break is, it basically exits the for loop that we are in, or any loop at all. So, what do we need to do at this point? Let's go back to the whiteboard. Or let me prepare a sketch for you and I will show you in the next video. Okay, so as I promised, I prepared from you the 3 cases we have when deleting an element from a linked list. The first one is, suppose that we want to delete the first element of the list. In that case, which is pretty simple, we just need to move the head from the first to the second element. even if it doesn't exist. It will just be null. So we will show exactly where the previous head was showing. The second case is that we want to delete an element from the middle of the list, so it has nodes on both sides, both left and right. In that case we delete all of this and we move our pointer across the delete element. The third and last case is when we want to delete the end of a list, so that's probably the simplest one. We just delete the element and the previous pointer points to null now. These two can be grouped up in the same case if you want. So let's jump on code. So if we found the element, and we are on the first case where we want to delete the start of the list, we just do whatever that is, even if it's null, and we need to free the move. And break right here at this point. I will also need to decrease the list length. And in any other case, I will also need another pointer. That will be the head of the list. And I will be increasing that only in this case. This might be a lot to process, but you will understand it in a minute. Give me a minute and I will explain. So what I do here is, if we are on the first iteration, so the first time we are here, I don't want to increase the previous pointer into this one. I want the movie pointer to be one step ahead from the previous movie. That's why I have this if right here. Element, we're going to do we're going to connect the pointer of the previous movie to the next element, and we are going to delete the movie. This happens in both cases, so I will just move it right here. Yes, I think that will work great. So let's go ahead and test it. I will delete from the movie list the element with the name of, let's say, movie 2, and then print again. Let's compile first. Okay, no errors, that's good. Yeah, I think it's working. Let's as you can see, we removed the movie 2 successfully. Let's try a movie that isn't in the list. Okay, you see no changes. Let's try to delete the first element, which will be 4. Also works, and let's finally try to delete from an empty list. As you can see, sorry, list is empty. I think we should also add a message in the case that we never found the element. Or let's leave it for now, and okay, let's do. I'm going to add a flag. Zero will be false. So if the element was found, this will be 1. That's the same, like exactly the same, but quicker to write. So if it wasn't found, we're going to print let's test this as well. I'm going to delete a movie with the name of movie 7, which doesn't exist obviously. I keep forgetting that. Okay, as you can see, sorry, movie not found. But it also, yeah, that's okay for now. I think that's it for this data structure. I can't think of anything else to improve at this point. We will get back to it later. In the next session, I'm going to start creating the user interface where we will be able to enter the user, the moderator, and the admin mode. And we are also going to create a Makefile for our project. So I'll see you in the next video. In the previous section, we have created the movie list for our movies, and we are going to continue by creating the application interface for the user, the moderator, and the administrator. Let me explain before we move on. So we want the program to be executed like this. Suppose we name it movies. If the user executes like this, it is going to start user mode. If we get a -a argument, it is going to boot up with admin mode, and -m means moderator mode. So let's create another file, which I will name main.c. As you can see, Visual Studio Code registered that. So let's open it. Okay, I'm going to include the movie list. One thing I forgot to mention in the previous video is that the data structure that we have created, the movie list, still needs two more functions. One function is to save the whole list in a file, and one to load from a file. So after we finish with this session and the Makefile session, we are going to create these two functions. So let's go ahead and define a main function that it is going to receive command line arguments. That's how you can get command line arguments in the C language. I will also go ahead and remove the main function from this point because we don't need it anymore. We tested our program enough. And I'm going to create an if-else statement that checks for the command line arguments. Remember that the first argument is always the program name. So if we have two or more arguments, with argv of 1 means the first argument or the second word on our terminal. I mean, this is arg of 0 and this is arg of 1. So if string compare is equal to, we are going to enter admin mode. And we also have moderator mode, and don't forget to put the equal 0 here, or else it will go in if they are different, so it will do exactly the opposite. Let's also print a message here. in any other case, we are going to print entering user mode. And here as well. And let's go ahead and test that. Okay, as you can see, let me change the line on every message. In case you're not familiar with Visual Studio Code, you can use Alt and click to create multiple cursors, like that. It's very useful sometimes. Okay, so we are into user mode. Let's try the same. Please take a note that this isn't the best way to handle arguments, but for simple purposes like that, it's probably worth it. But if let's say you have, for example, 20 arguments, or you can set multiple options for the program, like this. You can do, let's say, moderator. If you have multiple arguments, an example, that's not the best way to do it, but for our simple example, it's very easy and fast. Also note that if I do this, if I type a random word here and then do -m, I will enter the user mode because we are only checking the first argument. We are going to suppose that it's not a problem, but if you want to fix it, you can use built-in functions like get arguments and stuff like that. Okay, so we have 3 user modes. Let's create an integer. The default mode will be the user mode. And then we can use a switch case. To handle the modes, so I'm going to also, we don't need to do the user mode because it's already 0, so I'm just going to do and we can even remove these messages from here now that you get the idea. So that we simplify our code. I also forgot to explain why I did this, because if you have 0 arguments, I don't want to go and check for I don't want to do this comparison, because if we try to do that, see what happens. I will comment out this if statement. Oops, okay. So I'm going to compile again, and I'm going to do -m, which should be a moderator mode. As you can see, we get a wrong message here, but I think that's, yeah. We'll get a segmentation fault. That's because this one is not in the memory of the program, so we are trying to access it and we are getting a segmentation fault. So that's why we need this condition right here. Okay, you may have noticed that to compile the program, we have 2 source files this time instead of 1. That's okay, but if we have, let's say, 20 source files, this is going to be a problem. So for that purpose, we are going to use a Makefile, which I'm going to create right now. You have to type it exactly like that, with a capital M. Now let's see what a Makefile is. It basically is a set of rules, like we create a rule named main, and this requires 2 other rules. Let's do one. I will explain in a minute. Okay, so we're basically compiled with 2 files that I haven't created yet. So I'm going to make 2 more rules here. Let's do movie list first. So in order to create movie list.object, which is an object file, you can think of it like an intermediate file. When we're compiling the program, we are going from the source file to the .o file to the executable file. So in order to create the object file, we need the source file. Okay. And to create that object file from the source file, we will do I'm putting this symbol right here in order to silence the command from the console. I will show you in a minute what I mean. Let's also do the main file. Here we go again. Okay, and instead of writing all this, we can simply write make. Oh, don't have it installed. So just install it in case you don't have it. I think it comes pre-installed with most Linux operating systems, but I'm not sure why I'm missing it. So type make now, and you can see that we are compiling the program, and then we can execute. It does nothing at the moment, but so what if I remove these symbols right here? I compile again, and you can see that the commands show in the console, which is not a big of a deal, but it's more elegant that way and professional. Also, I want you to see something else. Which is another reason that we are using source files. Okay, if I hit make, you are going to see that these commands basically never got executed. But if I, let's say, create a new line here and save the file and hit make again, we are getting compiling main. So that's the biggest reason that we are using Makefiles, because by putting this file right here, we are telling our program to only execute this rule if there are changes on the file. Let me show you on the files. If, let's say, the object file is exactly the same with the previous one, there is no reason to compile again, which is not a big deal here. But if you have thousands of source files and you want to compile the whole program, you don't need to do all of them if you just changed one file, which is great. So I will be adding more rules here later when we create more files, but that's the idea of the Makefile. Okay, I'm going to stop this video right here, and we are going to continue in the next video by saving the movie list in a file and also loading it from a file at the start of the program. Welcome back. We are going to continue our project by loading up the movie list from a file and saving it on a file as well. Let's start with the easy one, which is the saving on the file. I'm going to create a function which will be store movies. It will require a file argument and a list argument. It's going to be pretty simple. We are just going to open the file. The file name will be movies. Let's do movie list. And we are going to open it for writing. This will create the file as well if it doesn't exist. So it works for us. I suggest that you write the close statement with your open statement so we don't forget it. Oops. Okay, so at this point we will need to call the print function right here, but if you can recall, we haven't built it yet for file printing, so we'll need to add another argument here, which would be file, or let's name it stream, which is better. And I'm going to replace the fprintf function with fprintf, which just add another argument at the beginning for the stream that you would like to print. So if we just want to print on the terminal, we do or if we want to print to a file, we pass the file argument. I'm not going to print the sorry message here on the file because or we can print it, it's fine. Let's just print it and we can change it later. So we also need to go ahead on the header file and add the argument here. As you can see, Visual Studio Code found the error and warning us. So at this point we are going to call the print function on the movie list with the argument of file. I think we should also have this argument here, this way. I don't know why, it just looks better. So yeah, I don't know why we're getting an error. I think it's just Visual Studio Code mistake, but let's compile and see. Oh yeah, that's pretty dumb. It's pretty hard to write with a white background, but I think it looks better for the stream. Let me know what you think on the chat if you want. Okay, so it compiles perfectly now. Let's also create the load movies function. And we might need the file as well, I think. What's wrong again? Oh. Okay, we're going to read lines from the file, so for that purpose we're going to need a buffer. That means a big string that we're going to use to store every line of the file. So I'm going to make a define here. Let's do a half kilobyte. And let's create a buffer with a size of buffer size. Apart from that, I think we are going to need, we are going to need for the arguments. Let's do the loop for now, and we are going to get on that later. So we are going to read lines from the file with buffer size maximum size from the file passed in the argument. Let's also go ahead and open the file here, or we can open it in the main function. I'll leave it for later. For now, we're going to execute this until we get a null. So fktest basically saves the line read from the file inside the buffer, and in case it found the end of file or something like that, or got an error, it returns null. So what we need to do here, we need to insert the element on that line inside the list. So as we're going to have a file like this, let me show you. The file will be something like this. So we need to use the str token function to get this. In order to do that, I'm going to need a string, which will be the movie name. I will need an integer for the price and another one for the capacity. I hope that makes sense. So we are going to do, if you're not familiar with str token, please Google it because it's a little complex to understand from this example. It basically breaks down a string into words using a delimiter. In our case, I'm going to define the delimiter right here, and it will be space \n and \stuff. So if we meet a new line, a tab or a space, we need to break that into a token. So the name is always first. Please also note that we can't enter the arguments on another order. We need to do this: name, price, capacity. So from the buffer with delimiters. So what define does, it's before the program gets compiled, it goes and replaces every delim. It's like a variable, but not exactly. It happens before the compilation. So it replaces it with this. Okay, we also have a price, which will be, I will explain. And we also have a capacity. Okay, and as soon as we do that, we're going to execute a movie list insert. Inside the movie list, with first we have the name, then the price, and then capacity. So let's also print the list whenever we load it. I'm going to remove that, but for debugging purposes let's do it like that. Okay, so you might be wondering, what is this function atoy? This means ASCII to integer, and it converts the string to a number. Because our price is an integer, we don't want to use a string as an integer, so we're going to convert it to a number, and then we're going to save it on our variable. Same goes for capacity, of course. Okay, so I think we are ready to debug to test our program. So I'm going to go ahead and let's open the file here. We don't need to do that in main. I will do fopen. Of course, to do that we are going to need to insert a file name, which will be standard movie list, and this time we won't open for writing, we are going to open for reading plus. And don't forget to close it. Okay, so make sure these are the same. Okay, so let's do this for every user now. Doesn't matter if it's user mode or moderator mode. So every time the program starts, we need to load the movies from a file. In order to load the movies, we first need to create the movie list, of course. Okay, let's pass it. Okay, this needs the movie list and the file. You know what, we can even remove the file from here to make it even simpler. Even more simple, and just define it here. Our main function doesn't even need to know about the file. And before we exit our program, we're going to store the movies. And before we exit, we're going to destroy the list so that we don't leave memory leaks behind. Let's try to compile it. Okay, the problem is okay, so it says that the delete function was called with too few arguments. Oh, we shouldn't have called delete, we should have called destroy. Sorry about that. Okay, seems to be working. I'm going to go ahead and execute. Okay, we got a segmentation fault. I think that's because we don't have the file open. The file doesn't exist, so let's try to let's try now, and let's also get some content in it. Yeah, that was a mistake. Sorry about that. I'm just going to do as you can see, it ran correctly, but we didn't get the print for some reason. Oh yeah, the problem is that we are printing on a file while we should print on the std out stream. Okay, as you can see, that's the movie inside the list. And I'm also going to ahead and try to insert another movie and see if it comes out on the output file. So movie list, let's say movie 2, with a price of $10 and a capacity of 100 people. I'm going to compile again. Okay, as you can see, we have it on the output file. It still isn't perfect. We should do a few checks if the file exists and stuff like that, but we're going to continue in the next video because this one is getting very long. And I think after that we are ready to move on the user mode. So see you in the next video. So before we move on in the user mode, I am going to fix a few things here in the code. The first thing is that we need to check before we load the movies. We need to check if the file is, if it exists basically, because if it doesn't exist, we are going to have a problem. So I'm going to do let's name it .txt to avoid the because the operating system mistakes it for an executable file. And let's open it for writing. I'm going to instantly close it. So what this does is make sure if it exists, it does absolutely nothing. If it doesn't, it creates. So then we have, yeah, we don't need read plus here because we won't be doing any writing. We are just reading, nothing else. Apart from that, we could replace this with an enum. So what an enum is basically a group of constants, like let's name it modes. We have user, admin, and moderator. So instead of writing things like that, we can simply do this. So instead of writing fake number, instead of symbolizing basically modes with numbers, we can use names, which is much more easy to read. So if the mode is user, that's not anything special, so it's not a must-have, but it's easy, it's looking good, and it's much easier to debug using this. So let's make sure that everything is working correctly. Okay, because we are doing the print the insert thing here, each time I'm executing the program, we are going to get another of the movie too, as you can see. I will clear the console. I think that, yeah, please note that if we have incomplete statement like this, we're going to get an error, but we suppose that the data is correct. Let's also see if we ignore blank lines. Yeah, the problem with blank lines is fgets gets in, but it tries to do the str talk and gets an error. So I'm going to try to ignore them. So if the first letter of the buffer is, it's also a good idea to initialize your buffer properly. So I'm going to initialize my buffer with zeros for buffer size. That makes sure that the whole buffer is empty. And I'm also going to do that at this point. So if our input is just an empty line, we are going to continue. The same goes for space, and so I'm going to use the OR logical operator. The same goes for space and tab. Of course, as I said, if we get missing data, we're going to get an error anyway. But let's at least fix the empty lines. This should work. Let's try now. Yeah, as you can see, I have as many empty lines as I want, and it still works. Also notice that they also disappear, because when we print using the movie list print function, we don't print all the empty lines, we just ignore them. so we don't save them anywhere. Okay, I'm going. Okay, I think that our interface is fully functional and we are ready to continue in the user mode. Or we could do the admin mode first, which will be a little easier. Because if we create the user mode first, then we will have to, we won't have any movies to get tickets basically. So I think yes, we will continue with the admin mode. So when we execute the program like this, we will be able to create new movies and delete old ones. So I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back everyone. We are going to continue building our application by creating the admin mode in the user interface. So we are going to give our admin the ability to create a movie and delete a movie. So let's get started. Okay. So here we are at the admin operation. Let's create the options for our admin. Okay, so now we are going to use scanf to read the user answer and act accordingly. So we are expecting an integer from the user, which I will save on a new variable, which I will name answer. And we need to store it, we need to use the address of the variable. Let's use a switch case to handle the user input. Okay, so we have three cases here. The first one is the new movie case. In that case, we are going to use the movie list insert to create a new movie inside our movie list. So we first need to ask our user for the name, the price and the capacity. Let's also create the variables for our parameters. Same for the ticket price. Let's just save this on a buffer to avoid any problems. So instead of creating just a pointer to a character, we're going to create a buffer which might be bigger than what we need, but that's okay. And we are missing a semicolon here. Okay, I think we are good to continue with the capacity of the theater. Please also notice that I haven't been using the address of the name, because as an array we already refer to its first element, which is the array address. While for an integer we need to use this symbol to get its address. If I do this, we are getting its value, which we don't want it. Okay, as soon as we have it, we can use movie list insert to create it. Let's also create the third case to test our option. Okay, that one is pretty simple. We just need to print the movie list into the stdout stream. So we will just do our movie list into stdout, which is the terminal basically. Okay, let's start our program until now. We are going to use our Makefile that we created earlier. Okay, we are getting undeclared error. Yeah, let's try to move this here. Yeah, it's just that we couldn't declare a function inside the switch statement. Okay, let's try again. And yeah, that's our existing movies, I think. Yeah. So if I press create new movie, we got an error from give me a minute and we will do this with FKTest and strtalk, but I would prefer to show you the scanf function. So please give me a few minutes to debug this, and we're going to fix it. So here I am reading scanf's documentation. Yeah, I think I got the problem. Let me try, and I'm going to explain. Yeah. It may seem pretty dumb, but scanf requires space before the variable. Because when we press enter on the movie input, the \n character, this one, is left on the stream, and that's why we're skipping basically the scanf. So let's check that everything, yeah, as you can see, it got correctly. So moving on, let's also create the delete movie function. So as you remember, we are deleting based on the movie name, not some ID or something like that. So we need to enter the name perfectly, else it wouldn't work. You know what, we can replace the with this. We can use fktest to read the string so that we can also read spaces, which in scanf we can't do it. So we have the name, and we're going to do the same for the movie name here. Okay, we are now going to call movie list delete. In order to remove the movie from the list. Let's try that. Okay, let's view the available movies. Yeah, we need to add a while loop here, or just an infinite loop. What is this break? Oh, yeah. Let me add breaks here as well. Else, if we don't add the break, if you go to the case 2, we are also going to perform the case 3. So I'm going to have an infinite loop here, so that we are getting admin input until he decides to finish. And also we could move this from here. We can keep the answer here, but we should move this once. Yeah, we're getting the same problem with before. Let's just define them out here. Okay, let's view the movies. We need to make it look a little bit better. So I will go on the print function. And we'll print the straight line before and after the movie list, so it's much more clear, the output to us. Or we can move it, yeah, that still won't work well. So I'm going to print it at this point. This should look better. Probably not. But let's view the movies. Okay. Oh, we are getting double lines because I haven't saved this yet. Okay, this one looks good. Yeah, here are the movies. This one is our answer. And suppose that I want to delete Star Wars. Yeah, we should. Yeah, I think the problem is that we still have this in the buffer. Okay, I will continue in the next video because this one is over 20 minutes. And we are going to fix the problem and finish with the admin. Okay, so welcome back. We are going to continue debugging the administrator and finish it. So, if you can recall correctly, we had a problem with the input. So when we delete the movie, our FG test was reading the line and saving it. So we need to remove the new line character at the end of the string. To do that, I'm going to use str character, which is a function I will show you in a minute. Oh, there's another way to do it, which is faster, but it's a little bit more complex to understand. That's one way. So strtalk basically also edits the strings that we give it to it. So it goes and adds a \0 sorry, at the end of a string when it finds the \n character. Let's try it this way, and we're going to see. Yeah, I think we deleted that, but for some reason FK test gets skipped and reads the previous line. So we are giving it a 2 and it goes up here and skip this. Let's replace that for now. We have a buffer. Yeah, we'll need another buffer. And we are probably going to fix that later. So we also need to use the ASCII to integer function. Yes, we did. Okay. So had a problem with the scanf function, which can have weird results sometimes. Okay, let's delete movie 1. If you have the same movie multiple times, it is going to remove the first occurrence of that movie, which is expected with our delete function. Because if you can recall, the first time we find the movie, we instantly break from the loop and we leave the function. We stop searching for more, which is okay because we expect that we won't have the same movie multiple times. Let's try an empty list. Oh, yeah. We need to remove this one from here. Okay, no movies available. Let's add a few movies and continue to the user. Let's add Star Wars. I'm going to try with spaces. The price of $12 and 1,000 spots. Okay, if we view the movies now, you can see it up there. Let's do Fight Club. Okay, as you can see, we inserted 3 movies on the program. Now we forgot to add the for option for the admin. To exit the application. So let's do that before we finish with him. And we have the default case. If none of this happens, we want to throw an error. Yeah, the movies weren't saved because we forced the program to close. I'm going to add them again. Okay, we have the movies right here. Let's exit that program and see the output file. Oh, yeah. That won't work. Because we are inside the switch case, the breaks goes for the switch, not for the while loop. So I'm going to use a flag here. Okay, let's try one more time. I hope we get it right. I'm going to insert them pretty quick. Let's say this one is sold out. Okay, if I exit now. Alright, let's open up the application once again and see the movies. As you can see, they are still there because we have them on our file. So from now on, the admin will be able to create and delete any movie he likes. Let's make a deletion to make sure. Oh, I just noticed that the price is 0 for Star Wars and not sure the second word is missing for some reason. So here we are reading the movie name. Let's clear the buffer before we continue. I want to see if the first time that we inserted them still got the problem, or it was due to the file reading. Yeah, as you can see here, it's not a problem with interface. I think it might be a problem with the load data function. Yeah, because we are using str.lock. So we can either say that we don't have spaced movies, or we can do this. But we need to stick it here. Let me see if this works, and I'm going to explain. Okay, so it works, but let's try to load it up again. Yeah, I think it works now. because here on the str token function we told our program to stop tokenizing with a dash command, with a dash symbol, not with a space, because on the previous example the moment it found the space here it cut the word there. So this one then changed the price and we are getting an error. Yeah, I think we're good for now. Let's try to delete the mover. Okay, it works. So if I exit and open it again, and exit again, I should only have Star Wars, exactly. Okay, I think the administrator mode is ready. On the next session, we are going to work on a user interface and the ticket system. And we are going to leave Moderator as the last one. So I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this session we are going to build the user mode, which, if you can recall correctly, every user will have the ability to view the movies, make reservations, pay online or at the cinema, and see his tickets. We are going to start by making him able to view the movie list and making a reservation. We are not going to save the tickets at this session. We are going to build it on the next one, because we are going to need an extra data structure, which will be a list as well, for the user tickets. So let's go ahead and open the Visual Studio Code. And let's get on the user mode. We are going to need a similar while loop for the user, so I'm just going to copy paste it. Okay, so what are the options for the user? As we see here, let's build the view the movie list first and the reservation one. Okay, that's all for the user as well. Yeah, that's the movies messages. It don't look good. Okay, moving on. As we did before, we are reading the user answer. And then we are switching the case based on the user answer. So the first case is view the movies, which is pretty simple. The loop logic is the same, so if the user hits 4, we are just going to stop looping and exit the application. So we just need to do the booking and the view tickets. The booking has two parts. Let me open the whiteboard. The first part we are going to go on the movie list. Suppose this is our movies, and if the user wants to book this movie, for example, we need to go here and decrease the capacity of the theater, because we have not specifically by one. The user may book more than one tickets, but we need to go ahead and decrease the capacity. Also, after that, the user will also have a list of tickets, which will be a linked list as well. So when the user books a new ticket for this movie, we need to add it inside our list, but we are going to do that in the next session. For now, let's create the booking function for the movie list. Okay, so we are going to need another function for the movie list. Let's name it book. We're going to have a movie list, a name, and the tickets. So if the movie list obviously is empty, let's copy this. The logic will be very similar with the delete function, because we need to search for a movie and edit it. However, we are not going to use the previous movie pointer, so we are just going to do the loop. Okay, so we are looping through the list and we are searching for the name. We are going to initialize with the head of the list, and using string compare, just like in the previous function. We are also going to use the found and we're going to go at the movie and try to book the tickets. Let's not do that yet. Let's do the opposite. If there are no spaces available for the user, let's make this an integer function and return based on the error. So if the list is empty, I'm going to return 0. In this case, I'm going to return -1. And in any other case, I'm going to return the tickets that the user booked. So, in any other case, we're going to decrease the tickets by tickets and return. Yeah, obviously we don't need the found variable. Which should be 0 or this can be 0 as well, so I'm going to return -2 in this case. Oh no, it can be 0. We won't allow the user to book 0 tickets. So same with before. We also need to add this function. And capacity. Which we haven't read yet. And based on the return of this function, yeah, we can use obviously this name. We're going to name it red for return, and I'm not sure if it will compile. Okay, it compiles. Yeah, the -1 case is the case where there are not enough space available. If the list is empty or the movie wasn't found, we are going to return 0. The user doesn't need to know that the list is empty. In any other case, let's compile that. Alright. Oh, we are into admin mode. So we have our new options here on the user mode. I'm going to view what's up. We only have Star Wars. So let's book a ticket for it. Let's try 10 tickets. So as you can see, we booked the tickets, but then we're getting, I think, yeah, it also took the line change. So let's fix that right quick. Let's try this. So Star Wars. At least we have the tickets decreased, and if I exit the program, we should see it in the file as well. Yeah. Let's try to book more tickets than available, and we are going to fix that after that. So if I book a ticket for Star Wars, let's say 150 tickets. We're getting there, but also booked. Let's see the movies. Okay. Yeah, obviously. So that wasn't a problem. We didn't book the tickets. Now what if the user tries to do this? We have, oh yes, we have 133 tickets, but if I book minus 100 tickets, we're going to see that we are able to increase the number of tickets by booking a negative number. So we are going to check the user input. Let's book Star Wars then. Let's try -10 now. As you can see, we're getting the error and it says try again. Same for 0. So if I book 10, oh, we forgot. So let's say 0 tickets again. Sorry about that. This need to be here. Oh, let's do this. It's okay. Okay, so now we just need to fix this unknown command thing, because after we enter the command, it also enters a new line command like this. But we're going to continue in the next video, because this one got long. So welcome back. We were left with a problem on the user input. So when the user would book a ticket, let's say for Star Wars, we also got this weird unknown command result. We explained that this is because scanf doesn't remove the \n after the integer from the input buffer. So to fix this, I'm going to use the getCharacter function, which returns the next character in the stream. But because we don't care about the character, it's always gonna be \n, we just ignore it. But this should fix it. Yeah, the C is not capital. And if I book a ticket for Star Wars now, you will see that it's working fine. Let's try to book a ticket for an unknown movie. Okay, I think we are ready to move to our final data structure of the project, which is the ticket list. It will be very similar to the movie list, but instead of movies we are going to have tickets. So I will go ahead and create 2 extra files. Ticket list and ticket list.h. As I said earlier, the process will be very similar with the movies, so we are also going to have a ticket node. Each ticket will have a name, a movie name, a number of slots, and we could also save the username. That's not required because I will explain. Okay, as I said, this will be the ticket list. So it will be Star Wars, 5 tickets, and just like that we are going to save it on a file with the name of the user. So if our user is John, the file is going to be named John inside the folder that we are going to call users. So I'm going to make a directory, users, and inside here we are going to save the tickets for each user in a different file. Just like before, we have a head and the length. We are for sure going to need the create function. Oops. A destroy function. Probably all of them, yeah. Except for the book one, because the book will be the insert. We are also going to have a file argument as well. Or we can do it. We can create another function. This one will be just like print, but we are going to be getting a username instead of a file. So the function will create the file itself inside the folder we showed earlier. So if the user is John, we are going to have a file here which is John, and the tickets of John will be in there. Let's also declare the delete function. are going to create a main function to test our data structure before we implement it inside our main program. But for now, let's create the rest of the functions. Starting from create, and I'm going to have opened the movie list functions as a reference to avoid any bugs and to speed up the process. So, just like in the right of the screen, I'm going to allocate the memory required for the ticket list. And we are going to check the return of the malloc. So if it's null, we are going to use peer in any other case we just initialize the list. So the length will be 0 and the head will be null. Moving on in destroy function, the process will be probably identical to the movie list. So we're going to have a pointer to a ticket, and as long as there are movies inside our list, we are going to delete them. We are going to move our pointer on the list head, on the next element, and we're going to decrease the length. Then we're going to free the movie and the movie name, ticket name, sorry. I think we named that, yes, movie. So it's going to be movie because that's dynamically allocated. And at the end of the while loop, we are going to free the ticket list. Okay, let's do the insert function. This one will be almost similar to. We are going to have different parameters, but apart from that I think they are the same. So we need to allocate a new ticket node. Yeah, I'm just going to copy paste that to save time. In our case it's ticket movie. And as explained on the movie function as well, this +1 is used to allocate the memory for the \0 at the end of the string. We then are going to copy the movie name to our ticket. And set the seats. Oh, we also forgot to, in our ticket structure, we need to have a next pointer. In order to create the list. And now we need to set it up. This one was not required, I think, because this is already initialized to null, so they do the same. Yeah, I'm just going to remove that. The new head of our list. Remember that we are always inserting at the start of the list, so if a new ticket comes up, we're going to put it here, and the new head of the list will be this one. So with that in mind, the new head of the list will be our new element, and we should also increase the length. So seems to be fine. Let's do delete as well, and on the next video we're going to handle the files and the printings. Yeah, we don't need the name here. That was a mistake before. We just need the movie name. So this will be completely identical to the movie list delete. As a result, I'm just going to copy it. There's something wrong with the indentation here, I think. Oh, it's okay. So I'm just going to copy it and fix it. When copying things like that, be careful not to miss anything because it will be very hard to find later. So that seems fine. And here we are starting our pointer at the start of the list and the previous pointer as well. And now we need to search through the whole list and find the ticket. Yeah, I'm just going to use the multiple cursor feature, which you can do with Alt and click. So, if the current ticket is equal to the movie, okay, that's completely similar here, and we are decreasing the length. Here we are basically increasing the pointer to the list, so we are moving through the list. And for the previous ticket as well. I'm not going to test yet because we haven't prepared the print function, but in the next video we're going to create the outputs on the files and on the terminal as well, and also test our data structure. As soon as we finish with the data structure, we are ready to complete the user and the moderator. So we are going to continue in the next video. Okay, moving on with the print function. We have ticket list print, which only takes a ticket list. Or if the list is empty, we are just going to print F. In any other case, we're going to create a pointer at the ticket. And initialize it with a list head. Now, for every movie inside our ticket list, for every ticket inside our ticket list, sorry, we're going to print the movie name and the seats available. Yeah, we're missing a semicolon. And before we exit our for loop, we need to move the pointer, of course. I think we can test it before creating the files. So I'm just going to create a new ticket list. Initialize it. I'm now going to try delete as well and print again. So try to guess what we should see. In the first print we should see all three movies, and then the Star Wars movie should be missing. But we are going to see them in the opposite order that we inserted them, because we are inserting at the start of the list always. Let's go ahead and try that. And make won't work because we haven't connected the ticket list to our Makefile yet. So I'm just going to compile this file separately. Yeah, we have a problem with the free inside the delete method because we haven't seen the second print yet. So coming back here, yeah, that's what I was saying. When you are copying stuff from one function to another, be careful not to miss anything. Okay, perfect. As you can see, in the first print we're seeing all three movies, and then Star Wars 1 is missing. So all left to do is create the output function and probably a load function as well, because just like with a movie list, we need to save it on a file but also be able to load it from a file. So the output function will take a ticket list as an input and a username as well, and it's going to create a file with that username here and print the output into it. So what I'm doing now is I'm creating a variable with a file name. The file name will be, using relative path of course, users. Let's make sure that's the folder name. Yeah, we need a capital U. And then we need to append the username and the txt at the end. So I'm going to perform 3 str cards. So we should have the file name here. It will be something like this. That's what we want to create, so we can open it here. We're going to open it for writing. And we are going to repeat the print process. I'm not going to keep that for now. And we're going to replace printf with fprintf and print on the file. And this should work. So let me try that at this point. Let's say our user is user 1. Yeah, we need to use the double quote marks. Okay, we got a segmentation fault inside here. So the segmentation fault was inside this function, and let's see where it was. I'm going to printf this line to spot where the error happened. Okay, as you can see, it's below here, and I think it's in the fopen function. Okay, now it happened that we didn't get the error because we didn't change anything, and we got a user1.txt file. Let's see what's in it. Yeah, that's what we wanted, and I'm going to run it again because I'm not sure why it worked. Yeah. I think it's due to this. Yeah, as you can see, we have some trash right here that we shouldn't have. Yes, see, now we're not getting an error. That's because we haven't initialized the buffer properly, so for some reason there was some trash in it and the file couldn't be found, so that's why we're getting an error. Now if I open, yeah, it overwrites it every time. That's what we want. We don't want to append it at the end of the file every run of the program. So I'm also going to create an input function. Which will be very similar to the load movies function. We are still going to need the username. So same with before. But this time we are opening for reading, not writing. However, we need to make sure that the file exists, so I also forgot to close the file here. I'm going to open it for writing, just to make sure that it exists, and then I'm going to open it for reading. And close the file as well. But here in between, we're going to repeat this process. I'm just going to copy paste this because it will be exactly the same. We will be needing a buffer. So what's the problem here? Yeah, we haven't defined the buffer size in this file. Yeah, we will do exactly the same here with the tickets, just like we did with the movies, so that when we read them, we can read multiple words movies. Besides that, we have the seats. And now that we have got the values from the file, we just need to insert them. I'm going to also want to remove this from here because I don't want to print the movies inside each time we load them. So we have ticket list with movie and seats. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So in order to test this, I'm going to We don't need anything from here on. Okay, let's test it before we close our user. I have defined the file 2 times. So we have movies in here. But our input function doesn't see them. Let's see what the file name is here. Okay, the file is correct. So we never get inside here. That's a problem. But we're going to debug this in the next video, because this one got almost 25 minutes. So think about it if you want, and we're going to solve it in the next video. Welcome back. In the previous video we were stuck with ticket list input function. So with a little search I found out that the problem was the fopen mode that we used. So we don't need to open it for writing, we need to open it for append. Because when you open a file for writing, the problem is that sed deletes the file if it exists. So when we got here to read, the file was empty. So instead of writing, please use appending. I'm going to do the same here, because we have done the same mistake twice. And let's test our program before proceeding. I'm going to compile just the ticket list and run it. I'm going to run it again, and here, as you can see, we keep all the previous tickets. So we don't need this anymore. The ticket list is working perfectly. We are ready to go on the main function and include our ticket list. So I will go ahead and include ticket list. Let's run our program and see where we are at right now. Okay, as you can see, we're into user mode. We can view the movies, book a ticket, and view a ticket. So while entering the user mode, we need to initialize the ticket list. So I'm going to go up here and create a ticket list, which I will initialize at this point. Okay, we pass the address of ticket list. And now we need to ask the user for a username. So I'm going to create another string here. Okay, and we're going to read using fgetS. From standard input. So now we are able to open the ticket list file because we are using a username to save the file. So I'm going to use the functions that we created earlier, ticket list input. Okay, and as soon as the user is done with the program, we need of course to save his tickets. So at the case 4, which is exit, I'm going to call ticket list output . Okay, let's finish book movie and view movies. Okay, the view movies is easy. If you can recall, we already have a print function for the movies. Oh, sorry, that's not view movies. We have view tickets. So we're going to use ticket list print, which is pretty easy as well. And all that is left for the user is just the book movie part. Let me change this comment here to not get wrong again. Okay, so as you can remember, we're reading the movie name, the number of tickets, and then based on the capacity of the movie, we either print the user that there are no such available, that the movie was not found, or that the tickets were booked. So instead of just printing here, we also need to insert inside the ticket list. The name with the capacity. So let me clean our files a little bit. We don't need this. Okay, let's open the Makefile and also compile the ticket list. So let's also include it up here on this rule, and we should be ready now. Going to clear the console. Okay, we'll get undefined reference. Okay, our include seems fucking fine. Oh yeah, forgot to include it here. Okay, so now we are ready to go, and I'm going to... Okay, we're getting a segmentation fault. Which should be here. Okay, let's find the problem. Maybe fopen failed here. Yeah, as you can see, we are getting an error here because it can't find the file. Yes, we got the name wrong. We changed it to movie list txt instead of movie list. So thus we have a problem. Yeah, if I compile again, we are ready. So I'm going to use the username and we should have a user file now. Yeah, that here it is. So I'm going to view the movies. Okay, we shouldn't ask the user every time for a username. So let's compile again. Okay. As expected, we don't have any movies available at this moment, and no tickets as well. If I book a ticket for a movie that doesn't exist, let's say $10 tickets. Okay, we have no tickets available. Yeah, no such movie and no tickets available. So we'll need to go into admin mode and create a movie first. So I'm going to exit the application, make sure that we have no tickets, which is what expected, and I'm going to open into admin mode. I'm going to create a new movie. Say 50. Okay, we have a movie now, and if I run it again into user mode, I will use the same username, and I'm going to view the movies. Yeah, we forgot to change it as well. So I'm going to do a quick search, find every movie list inside the string, and replace it. You see the admin saved the movie inside the file that we don't read. So I'm going to run again, create a movie again, and if I run again as a user, I should be able to see it. Yeah, here it is. So I'm going to try to book a ticket for Star Wars, and 8 tickets. Okay, as you can see, we booked 8 tickets. We should have it here. Yeah, here it is. So if I exit the program and run it again and use the same username, here we are able to see our previous tickets, and we should have it here as well. Yeah, so with the username thing, obviously we have a problem that anyone can log in into anyone's account, but that's okay for our application. We could use a password to prevent that, but that's not the point of our application. So we are almost done with the user. The only thing left to do is to let him pay using credit card or pay at the theater. So if he pays at the theater, we need to make sure, let's say for example, that the payment is pending, so the moderator will be able to know. but I will leave that when we get to the moderator. Our next goal, the next video, will be to create the moderator. Then we're going to finish the user, and at the final part of the project we're going to do a quick revision of what we have accomplished. So we're going to continue in the next video creating the moderator. Welcome back. In this video we are going to create the moderator, which will be responsible for the tickets. As you can see here from its features, it's pretty simple. He will only be able to view the tickets from any user and delete from them. So let's get back to the editor, and I want to note here that we forgot in the previous video to destroy the ticket list in the user section. As you recall, we had no problems because we didn't do that, but we are leaving the memory leaks from a program, so we don't want that, and we are going to destroy it when the user exits the application. So going into the operator mode, I'm going to copy the menu here, and we will have two options, or let's leave the view movies option. Okay, that's the four options we have. So I'm also going to copy this part. And I'm going to clean. Okay, the print, the first one, is absolutely the same, but the rest of them are not. Even exit. So let's clear that and that as well. Okay, let's do the view user tickets first, which is easier. In the moderator case, we are going to open a ticket list for the user that we are currently searching for. So we are going to create a ticket list inside here. So I'm just going to find the code that we wrote. Or we can use this one, which is already created. but I think I'm just going to move it inside here, which is more logical. Okay, so I will keep the variable here. I think we're missing a curly brackets or something. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay, so back in the moderator mode. So we're going to create a username. Going to be exactly the same, but for every user the moderator inputs. So we are going to create a new ticket list from the user that the moderator enters. We're going to print the tickets, and we're going to destroy the list at this point, because on the next loop we might need another list, so we don't want to leave that on the heap. Simple as that. Let's also copy not that. So both of our users have tickets, and I'm going to compile first and run into moderator mode. So we have Star Wars. Let's do, yeah, here it is. I think we're going to get an error if we try a username that doesn't exist. Okay, no tickets available, but the problem is that yeah, as you can see, we get the file, but that's okay for now. That's a detail really. So let's go ahead and create the delete ticket. For that purpose, if you recall, I have created a ticket list delete function, which is right here, and it basically searches the list for a specific movie name and deletes that. So suppose that our user goes to see Star Wars, so the moderator needs to delete Star Wars ticket from his pocket, basically. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to copy that. We don't need the print function. But we need another info from the user, the movie name. From standard input. So let's delete from the ticket list the movie name. Let's make sure it works. I'm going to compile again, and okay, he has a ticket. And Star Wars is the movie name. We're getting an inserting message here, which I'm not sure why. Yeah. We don't need that. It was for debug purposes. Okay, when I exit the program, I still have the ticket list. So let's try again and find the problem. So as you can see, movie was not found. Okay, let's see the steps and see what we are doing wrong. Okay, we are creating the list, which is surely correct. We give the username right. because we viewed the user tickets and it was correct. And then we are trying to delete movie name. So I think that we must have got the movie name wrong. Okay, let's create a few more movies. So we got the movie name wrong again. Let's try one more time. Okay, Star Wars worked. Okay, I'm going to pause the video right now and we're going to solve it at the next video. Welcome back. So it turns out we have made the mistake pretty behind in our series, but it's pretty simple and easy to understand. In the movie list book function, we just forgot to move the pointer inside the list, so we forgot to do so. As you can see here, I was debugging earlier and we were making the comparison every time with the first move of the list, which happened to be Star Wars. So I'm going to move the pointer and we should be ready now. Go to clear and compile again. Okay, and I also created another movie, ABC, as you can see. If I want to book ABC, as you can see, I got 23 tickets for it. I will also book Inception, just to make sure. Yeah, it seems to be working great now. So let's go back to the moderator. Okay, user with WR has 2 tickets. Suppose he goes to delete ABC tickets. So we still get movie not found problem. So let's debug this together. So we are here at the moderator and we're calling the ticket list delete function. If I go here, we're getting a not found message. So that means that we never got here. So we start with the head of the list, and if the movie is equal to the movie, I'm not really sure why we're getting a not found message. Let's print all the comparisons here. Going to make okay, he has 2 tickets. I'm going to delete ABC. So we're comparing ABC and ABC, but it still doesn't get in. Let's try to reset the buffer. I don't think that's a problem, but you never know. Yeah. Let's make sure there are no white spaces around. So here is the problem. We forgot to remove the \n from the read name. So if you recall, we did this, which removes the \n from the end of the string. So I'm going to repeat that for our moderator. And we also need to do this here, but let's leave it for now. So if we didn't use the print here, we will never know that that was a problem. It was a pretty tough one, to be honest. here, as you can see, but he still has a ticket. Yeah, we didn't output into the file, but it's correct for sure. Every time we change something in the list, we need to use the output, or else it will never be saved in the file, which will then load. So we have the username, let's compare one more time. So he has 2 tickets, or basically two tickets for 2 movies. The quantity is much more. Okay, great. If I go in the file and check as well, he was user with $R. You can see that the previous movie ABC was deleted. So we're almost there. I'm just going to delete this message here, and we are not far from finishing our whole project. I'm going to stop this video, and in the next video we are going to finish with the payment, so the user will be able to pay in 2 ways. And apart from that, we are going to clean up our code a little bit and prepare the project files. And that's all. So I'll see you in the next and final video. Welcome back. In this final video of this project series, we are going to create the 2-way payment for the user, which the moderator will need to confirm. And we're also going to clean up the code a little bit before delivering the source files. So here we are in the ticket list. I'm going to add another property here, which will be an integer, and it's going to basically be a true and false, because in C we don't have a boolean value. So I'm going to name it pending. So 0 will be and anything else basically will be, or 1 for example. The payment is pending. So we'll need to go here and initialize that inside the insert function. We're going to need another argument, which I will also need to do here. So if I go to the user mode and then on the booking, I'm going to need to ask the user if he's going to pay online or at the theater. Let's also make it that the book doesn't just return tickets, it also returns the final price. So I'm going to go here and do and we don't need that. We're just going to print the price. So we need to use a toy. And I'm just going to insert a pending. No need for if-else, because the user instantly gives us 0 or 1. So let's go back to the ticket list. And we basically need to change every function now. Almost. Print will also print the ticket status. And output as well. And the input needs to So from the user side, I think that's it. We also need to confirm before deleting here. As soon as we found the movie, we need to make sure that the user pays the money if the payment is pending before getting the ticket. So if the payment is pending, let's do so anything else apart from enter will be the user was unable to pay money. I'm going to read into the buffer from starter input, and if the first letter is equal to enter or new line, then we are good to go. And or let's do if it's different than new line, we're going to break Okay, that's a lot of stuff, so let's go back and test it. We still have the user data. I'm going to open up the user first. This one doesn't have any tickets, so let's book some tickets for reception. Yeah, it looks much better with the price instead of the tickets. I'm going to pay online and I'm going to view my tickets. Yeah, there's a problem right here. I think we've inserted the wrong thing. Let's book another one. There's either something wrong with the print function, or the insert. Oh yeah, we just forgot to, let's dump I won't save the tickets. I'm just going to exit, and I'm going to compile and run again. So this one doesn't have tickets. I'm going to book Inception, 10 tickets. I'm going to pay online. So now if I view the tickets, my payment is not pending, it's done. Obviously there some API will show up and ask for the user to pay, but that's very far from the goals of this project. Let's book another ticket for ABC, and this one will be pending. So if I view the tickets, I have a pending payment for ABC for 4 tickets and 10 seats for reception, which are all paid. I'm just going to exit and open Moderator. So if I view the user tickets for the US user, as you can see, the inception is not pending and ABC is pending. So I'm just going to delete ABC for US. As you can see, we're getting a confirmed payment. So the user should not have, but if I delete inception, no confirmed message, and the user doesn't have any ticket step available. So the two-way payment is almost complete as well. I'm just going to test that if the user fails to pay, the delete function will stop. So I'm just going to exit and run again. I'm going to book the ticket for inception, let's say 50 tickets, and at the cinema. So that's a lot of money right there. As you can see, the payment is pending. If I press anything else, like this, payment failed. We are also getting a not found message, but that's fine. We can prevent that by just, I will show you right now. Instead of break, I'm just going to do a return and finish right there. So if he deletes now, he's not getting a not found message. And he can, of course, pay again. And if we exit and go back to the files, you see that the user has no tickets at all. So the functionality of the program is complete. For the next few minutes, we're just going to clean up the code and prepare the project files. And I think we're done for this project, yeah. Okay, so let's start cleaning the code. The first thing we missed is, if you notice, every user has this weird symbol at this point. That's the new line symbol, and we need to cut that. That's the same with the name problem we had. We are letting the username keep the new line. So we have users inside the moderator. And inside the user, of course. So let's clean this right here. Okay, let me show you something else as well. First I will back up my files, of course. But I'm going to create a clean rule out our Makefile. So when we type make clean, we're going to clean the object files, these ones, and the executable files. So this means delete everything that ends with .o, and we're also going to delete, let's see, movies, and that's it. Make sure to back up your files before you are going to do that. So I'm just going to type make clean, and as you can see, object files are gone and the executable file as well. So these files are ready for delivery now. Okay, so let's compile and test our program one more time with new user data. I'm going to start as an administrator, and I'm going to delete the 3 movies that we have. And I'm going to run it again. Wow, we got simulation fault. Oh, yeah, that's why. We shouldn't write this. So this one will always go out at the standard output. We're never going to print this inside the file. So that's another error we fixed. I'm just going to create a new movie. Let's do Fight Club. Ticket price of $8 and 1,000 sheets. I'm going to also create Inception. And Final Movie. We'll keep getting an unknown command error, as you can see here. I think that's due to the same problem with before. We're not skipping. Let's go here. Okay, let's fix it later. Let's first test the functionality of the program, which is most important. Okay, so the 4 movies are in. Let's make sure that the file is correct. Yeah. I'm going to open as user now. A new user. The name will be, let's say, John 123. As you can see, the name is correct now. No weird symbols. So I'm going to view the movies, and I want to book 4 tickets for Sherlock. I'm going to pay online. And I also want to book 2 tickets for Fight Club, which we'll pay at the cinema. If I view my tickets, I have them right here. I'm going to exit and open as a moderator. So here we are. We have 4 movies. Let's see the tickets for John. Now suppose John wants to pay for the Fight Club. I'm going to confirm the payment. And now John also wants to pay for Sherlock, which is already paid, so we shouldn't get any messages. Okay. Okay, so the program is basically ready. I'm going to comment the code a little bit, and you can take the source files and compare them to yours or just study them. And if you have any questions, of course, feel free to message me or use the chat. I will be very happy to help you. I hope you had fun and learned a lot in this project, and thank you for watching.